Okay, Amherst Media is ready to go.
U26 is the U26 is ready, Sarah. So whenever you want to call regional order.
Sorry, my volume was all messed up. Okay, so 5:33, call the Regional School Committee to order. So we'll go around and say present, correct? So Peter?
Peter present.
Jennifer?
Jennifer present.
Anna?
Anna present.
Tillman?
Tillman present.
Irv?
Irv present.
Tom?
Tom present.
Thanks, Tom. And Allison? No, Allison. Okay. Regional School Committee is called to order.
All right, and seeing the presence of a quorum, I'll call this meeting of the U26 School Committee to order. And we need to go around and duplicate what we just did. So, Tom?
Tom present.
Irv?
Irv present.
Margaret?
Margaret present.
And Peter present. All right. Hand it back to you, Regional Vice Chair.
Okay, so the Regional School Committee will now consider entering into executive session in accordance with Open Meeting Law MGLC 30A, Section 22A, for the purpose of approving minutes with the intention of returning to open session. Is there a second? Seconded by Peter. So now we go around and vote. Peter?
Peter, aye.
Jennifer?
Sorry, point of order. Just wanted to mention that should there be a discussion before the vote? A discussion on the motion.
Apologies. Yes. So we are now open for discussion on going into executive session.
Where's my hand?
Irv?
Yes, I mean, this is rather awkward in some ways, and I'll be voting to go into executive session. However, the only reason I'm voting for it is that by rule and by law and by our bylaws, we're required to go into executive session in order to approve minutes from executive session meetings. And we can only do that, only approve these minutes while we're in executive session. And I believe that, were it not for these particular this bylaw and other rules and regulations, that there would be absolutely no reason for us to go on into executive session, because there's nothing in the minutes that can't be shared with the public.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else before we take our vote? Okay, so I will try again. Take our vote to go into executive session. Peter?
Peter, aye.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, aye.
Anna?
Anna, aye.
Tillman?
Tillman, aye.
Irv?
Irv, aye.
Tom?
Tom, aye.
And Sarah Bess, aye. The Regional School Committee is now in executive session.
All right. Sorry. So I will, for Union 26, I'll move that Union 26 will now consider entering executive session in accordance with the Open Meeting Law MGL, Chapter 30A, Section 22A, for the purpose of approving minutes only, with the intention of returning to open session. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Demling, second by Fanning. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, Tom.
When if we approve the minutes of a previous executive session and this evening's executive session, are those minutes then public?
So the motion is to approve minutes. So I guess, so that would be a discussion for when we when we discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll do roll call vote. Irv,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Margaret,
Margaret, I.
and Peter, I. Passes unanimous 4-0. Union 26 is in executive session. I'm just going to, a little bird told me that there might be some confusion about when the reorgs will occur. And I'll just note before we go into executive session that the agenda for the meeting is posted on board docs. And so this is the only item that's in executive posted for your executive session. The immediate next item that I see on the agenda, reorganize the regional school committee, is there. And so that's when the open session will begin. Okay, so so logistics for members, just a reminder, to when we're going into executive session, it's a different meeting URL. So please close this one out completely and open up the other meeting URL on your calendar. So we'll meet there now. And then when we come back here, we will do the same thing. We'll close that one out and then we'll come back here. And for the public, it doesn't change. This will be the same URL. All right, so I'll see you then.
Has anyone else lost access to the chat?
No, none of us have access to chat.
They took our chat away.
I should hope that is not a transparent attempt to rob us of our ability to interact with them.
Well, I guess we need to talk through this now, don't we?
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to use the audio. Anyways, 2.5 hours and counting, which is
Trans
great.
rights.
Trans rights.
So, are the members here, or what?
No, they're still in executive session. No one has returned. And we haven't seen any contact from any of the school committee members.
Sarah said they would be taking a 10-minute break roughly 20 minutes ago.
Which means, according to Jennifer Shao, they're finalizing the minutes or something like that.
If none of the board members are currently in attendance, then who locked the chat?
I have to assume they did it remotely or something to that effect.
Can they do that? Does Google Meet allow you to do that?
I did see in the user list that the owner did it briefly.
Can you mute that for me? I have to say something.
I have to assume they did it remotely or something.
Can you mute it?
Tom Fanning showed up for 2 seconds. Looks like he did it.
They also let a bunch of people in all of a sudden when we were waiting for a long time. So an administrator did come in and open it up to make it public. But I don't know whether in opening it up to make it public, they accidentally disabled the chat or whether that was on purpose.
I do want to assume good faith, but it's a very unfortunate coincidence, I suppose.
It's not unreasonable to suppose that Google Meet would automatically deactivate chat when a meeting becomes public just for safety reasons, but it's still very unfortunate for us.
I don't think the meetings become public. If anything, it would have just been the number of people in the meeting, and I have never heard of that being an issue before.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but when I went to sign in a few minutes ago, there was a different message that appeared on the screen and it said the word public. I went through it pretty quickly, but the nature of the meeting was changed and I was able to sign on.
My meeting currently says this call is open to everyone, or anyone, excuse me.
I guess they probably got tired of checking in to see if anyone was in the waiting room.
It would be nice to have an announcement, periodically sort of, we're still in executive session, we are coming back kind of announcement, but we heard through a third person that Jennifer Shao said they were coming back, correct?
Yeah.
Sarah Barber just had posted in the chat that she connected with Jennifer and that they were going over the last of the minutes, and that was about 20 minutes ago.
On the bright side, it is really encouraging to see how many people are still here and how many people have joined since they moved into executive session.
If they have spent the last however long it's been finalizing and redacting minutes, what does that say about their transparency?
No,
Speaking as
you're
the
exactly
secretary of
right.
the Sci-Fi Club, it should not take this long.
I just heard from Jen Shao that they did not disable the chat, so it must have been an automatic thing when some number of people reached the meeting. She said she
Well, that's
definitely.
good to know.
She said they're still reviewing the minutes.
Oh boy. How many minutes do you think are going to be left?
Do they have to spend a minute for each minute on the minutes?
Letter by letter, word by word.
Remove a minute for every minute that they're in there.
Surely this is the most valuable way they could be spending this time.
I mean, talk about a black box with all of the reductions they're doing. The papers might just be black themselves.
Yeah, surely they're doing this through hard copies with a Sharpie and printouts of the meeting minutes.
Well, it's like that one episode of the Monkeys where they're trying to get to the record for most minutes.
For just context sake, this going over the minutes is longer than any of the meetings of the Democratic State Committee, a 430-person body, has ever had since I've joined it.
Yeah,
I've been
these meetings are
secretary.
more interesting too.
I've been secretary for a number of caucuses at this point, and like this is what kind of minutes could they possibly have that are resulting in this? Like, this
Hi,
doesn't really
everyone.
make
Can I
sense
just
to me.
interject something? Sorry to interrupt. There's a story already on Mass Live about this forum, and that we are, what is the headline? It says, Amherst residents seethe during hours-long closed school meeting over minutes approval. So if anyone wants to hop over to Mass Live and see that story, some of us are quoted there, and it's already being documented.
It's just how many stories they can release while we're still here.
Thank you, Mass Live.
I'm not sure if I did this correctly, but can you see where it says Jamboard file? I'm talking to the meeting right now. Just a second. Hello?
No.
You see nothing.
I cannot.
You don't see? In your
Yeah, we're
email,
not seeing
did it
anything.
invite you to a jam? In your email, does it invite you to a Jamboard?
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't
Because I
gotten
went in
anything.
here where it says start a new um, whiteboard, and it showed as if everyone on the call was invited to a Jamboard, but I must have done something wrong. I haven't done it before.
It's possible that
I
because
need
the
my.
chat is disabled.
Okay, I think I
Sorry.
accessed the Jamboard.
Oh, are you in the Jamboard?
Can you see me? For
Yes, I
everyone else,
can.
down in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a bunch of little shapes, an icon that's a triangle, a square, and a circle. If you click on that, click on whiteboarding, and then go down to Jamboard files.
Oh, I found it.
What I shared on there is there's a link which are the guide for members of public boards and commissions, Appendix B, reasons for entering executive session, which I haven't had time to study. A very experienced retired educator shared it in case people wanted to read up for themselves on the state regulations regarding executive session or share anything else there. If you're not familiar with Jamboard, you can click on the fourth icon on the bottom left, on the far left where it says sticky note, and then it creates a little note and you write on it and you save it and we can all see it.
Notably, I
It's a little
believe
wonky, but
I believe we do not have editing or commenting permission. I believe we only have viewing permission at the moment.
oh really? Let me see how I do that. Just a second.
Also, for this reason, I don't know about the rest of you, I cannot highlight the link in order to copy and paste it.
No, same here. I think it's probably
Hang
just a
on just a
permissions
second.
error.
Viewer, editor, and okay, can you do it now?
Yes.
I believe so.
I also
I
have
switched it
access.
to editor.
Huzzah!
I'm not.
I had the
do something
to
to the sticky
reload.
note.
Just reload.
I'm not exactly techie, as you can tell. I depend on my Gen Z and millennial colleagues. But here's
You're doing
what I
perfectly
wanted to
fine.
get people. I wanted to get you that link though to the regulations in case we have very fast, intrepid researchers.
Thank you for that link, Isolda. I don't see anything. I mean, I just scanned it and I don't see anything on there about approving minutes.
Oh, okay.
I
wish I
don't
could
quote me
have
on that, but
and in my other life, I have access to former and current school committee members. And I should have asked, but I didn't know about this situation.
What if they actually just left and we don't know it?
I would not necessarily be shocked by that, or just using this as a stall tactic.
Are they hoping we'll go to sleep?
Quite possibly.
I think they've underestimated how awful my sleep schedule is.
Joke's on you, trans youth have insomnia.
Deeply. Oh, I believe there is a committee member with us now. If you are speaking, you are muted.
I said it's not your imagination. We're coming back.
Good to hear.
Just so you are aware, the chat for some reason has been disabled. It would probably be beneficial to all of us if we could fix that.
Wow.
All right. U26 has a quorum. Sarah Bess, I'll leave it to you to identify a quorum for region, but I think we're there.
Yep, I think we have quorum.
Sasha, do you know if Amherst Media is still going?
I haven't gotten this response yet, and I'll let you know. However, in the meantime, I could also stream this here. Would that be helpful?
Yeah. All right, I see the live indicator. So, Sarah Beth, do you want to go?
Wait, one more second. Sorry.
Region? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so roll call vote because we're back to open session, correct?
Yeah, just say that you're calling the meeting back to session, and then because it's remote, just verify people can hear and be heard again.
All right, so the regional school committee is returning to open session at 8:22 p.m. And we'll do roll call to make sure everybody can hear and be heard. Peter, can you hear and be heard?
Yep, present.
Jennifer?
Present.
Tillman?
Tillman present.
Irv?
Irv present.
Tom?
Tom present.
Anna?
Anna present, and I apologize that my camera is still not working.
Okay, and Sarah Bass present. We are back in session.
Sarah Beth, if it's okay, maybe we can update the public on the status of the approved minutes before we get into the rest of the agenda, reorganization and whatnot.
Sure, yeah. Do you need
I
to
have to call
do
Union
your
26 to
Union
order.
26
Sorry.
thing?
Sorry. Yes, my mistake. Seeing the presence for quorum, call Union 26 to order at back to order at 8:23. And Tom, just say the present roll call.
Tom is present.
All right. Margaret.
Margaret present.
Irv.
Irv present.
And Peter present. Okay, thanks. So is that okay, Sarah Beth? Just a brief update. Okay.
Absolutely.
The minutes for the executive session that we were in executive session to approve have been approved, and Sasha just posted them on the board docs meeting for the current meeting on the executive session items. There happen to be two executive session items, item 1C and item 1D for region and union. She posted the same approved minutes document in both places. I can, if you happen to be in the meeting right now, okay. I was going to copy the link, but so if you go to board docs, it's on the August 23rd meeting, and that's where the approved minutes are. Okay. Hand it back to you, Sarah Beth.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is to reorganize the regional school committee. Margaret, not to put you on the spot, but you are a committee member who is not on the region. Would you mind running the vote for chair? Because it's usually a superintendent or somebody who's, not part of the committee. But would you mind doing that for us?
I guess that I will try.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry.
so I would take nominations from the region members for the chair. Anna?
I nominate Jennifer Shao.
Okay. Do I have any other nominations? Peter?
Yeah, I nominate Sarah Beth. Just a procedural note too. If you haven't run the chair thing before, it's not super prescriptive, so it's kind of up to you. Most usual past practice in recent years has been what you're doing, call for nominations until there aren't any more nominations, and then open for discussion. And then the vote is usually saying the name of the person that you want if there's multiple, and then if there's a majority, that person's chair. If not, then you go back and do the same thing over again. So yeah.
Okay.
So it's really up to you.
So we have two nominees. Do I have any others? All right.
Who's Jenna Swartz?
Pardon?
Irv, do you mind
right
putting your
now,
mute
right,
on? Irv,
right,
when you're not.
right now, we are in a regional. We are doing the regional reorganization, which is intended for regional school committee members only to participate. So we have two nominees for chair. We have Jennifer Shao and Sarah Beth Kennedy. So I will go down the list and ask, oh, is there any discussion? Do we have any discussion? Jennifer.
I would like to say a few words, and perhaps Sarah Bass could do the same.
Go ahead.
Great. Okay, so thank you, Anna, for nominating me for chair. I do accept. The regional school committee members have seen my participation and performance for the periods that you've been here. You all know that I'm very careful and conscientious. I read everything very carefully. You may recall that I found an unintentional omission in the superintendent separation agreement last week that no one else caught, and that our attorney did agree should be fixed. That's how I am these days with all documents. I read everything and review everything super carefully. As a chair, I would have a no surprises standard operating procedure for the committee to the greatest extent possible. I'll share any information or knowledge that I have that I'm permitted to share without violating confidentiality or open meeting law. You've heard me say that we are a public body and the public deserves to know what we know, with some few exceptions. And I feel the same way about the committee. I feel like that committee members should know what the chair knows, with some few exceptions for compelling legal reasons. So to the best of my ability, I'll make sure that the committee members are informed, as well informed as I am as chair. Also, one of the chair's most important jobs is to help ensure that all school committee members are successful. And I pledge to do that for all of you, and for any member, whether I agree with their stances or perspectives or not. I will also run really efficient meetings. I have extensive experience with running meetings, and particularly with parliamentary procedures and Robert's Rules of Order. So I hope that you will vote for me for chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Bass.
Well, that all sounds excellent, Jennifer. You sound like you'd be a fantastic chair. So I guess I am also happy to accept the nomination of chair. In the last couple weeks over the summer, I had to step in when our former chair was out of town. I think I did a decent job at it. I've been school committee at the region for 3 years and school committee for 4 years. And most of that time was during COVID. So I do have experience with challenging times. So yeah, I didn't prepare anything else. So.
Thank you. So I think what I need to do now is ask each member who they would vote for. Is that correct, Peter?
So I think you could call for discussion if people want to make.
If other people want to, okay. Is there any other discussion from members of the region? Peter?
Yeah. So I think both Jennifer and Sarah Bess would be good chairs for the reasons stated. I also, hope that whoever it is, we all support them. It's a really tough job. I think from what I've seen, I've never been the region chair, and going through what the committee is going to have to go through with the superintendent process, as well as the very difficult budget year that we have ahead of us, is going to be a lot on one person. And so I just hope we can support them. So the reason why I think Sarah Bess is a better choice for chair at this time is that I think that she has she's shown to be balanced in her remarks and in her input. And I think that there is a perception, rightly or wrongly, that the most polarizing figures on the region are myself and Jennifer in some order, one or two. I don't know whether that's fair or not. I think that's the practical reality, and I think that especially for the superintendent processes that our committees will have to engage in, perception is a variable, and I think that if for the same reason why I don't think I would be a great choice for chair at this time, I think Sarah Bess would be better suited for the role for right now.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Anyone else on the region have anything to say? Anna?
I disagree that Jennifer is polarizing. I think that she represents a certain constituent, perhaps, but I don't think that she's polarizing. I think that she has shown how much she cares about the constituents and making their voices heard and making that their voices loud as everybody who's on the committee, and not that she's trying to sway people in a way, but more just to make people's voices heard. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Tom?
Yes, I would just like to say that both Jennifer and Sarah Bess are dedicated, qualified, and it will be a difficult choice for me because of that. They both, in my brief time at the region, found them to be very careful, and they understand the rules, and they speak carefully. So I think both Sarah Bess and Jennifer are qualified.
Thank you. Tom, oh, you just took it down. Okay. Anyone else? All right. I don't see any more raised hands. So now I'm going to ask each region member to please express their vote. I'm going to start with Anna.
I vote for Jennifer.
Okay. Tom?
Tom votes for Sarah Bess Kenny.
Okay. Irv?
I'm really highly conflicted about this, so I'm going to abstain.
Peter?
Sarah Bess?
Jennifer?
I vote for Jennifer.
All right. Tillman?
I vote for Sarah Bess Kenny.
Oh, I can't see everybody. I'm using my fingers. I've got 6 people, so I'm missing a couple.
You're missing Sarah Bess. I think I'm the only one left.
Sarah Bess.
Sarah Bess votes for Sarah Bess Kenny.
Okay. Then I believe that our vote is 4-2 for Sarah Bess. All right. So I am going to turn the meeting over to Sarah Bess. Oh, Anna? Well, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Bess.
Thank you so much for doing that, Margaret. Sorry to put you on the spot like that. Anna?
I think we need to now nominate or choose someone for vice chair.
Yep. So are there any nominations for vice chair?
Anna?
Yeah, I nominate Jennifer Shao.
Okay. Peter?
I think I have to do it, Margaret.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I got too excited.
Peter?
I nominate Tillman Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any other nominations? Okay. Jennifer, do you accept the nomination of vice chair?
Yes, thank you.
And Tillman, do you accept the nomination of vice chair?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Okay, so I think the same thing goes. If either would like to make a statement, or Jennifer?
So I guess I won't repeat everything I already said, but I think for all the reasons that I said I would be that I want to be a good chair, I believe I would also be a good vice chair. I would look forward to working with Sarah Bess as the chair. I think we have a good working relationship. And again, I feel like the chair and the vice chair should partner to make sure that the committee is informed, that information is shared with the committee as well as with the public. And I'm going to stick by my no surprises standard. I think that's a really important one. And again, if Sarah Beth is ever unavailable, I have a lot of experience running efficient meetings. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Tillman, did you want to say anything?
Sure, I'm happy to serve the committee in any form that the membership seems fit. I think I'm interested in making sure that the committee is able to be efficient and effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who wanted to say anything? Any discussion? Okay, so we will move on to the vote for vice chair. Anna?
I vote for Jennifer Shao.
Tom?
Tom votes for Jennifer Shao.
Irv?
Jennifer.
Peter?
Tillman?
Jennifer?
I vote for Jennifer.
Tillman?
I abstain.
And Sarah Beth, I also vote for Tillman. And it looks like Jennifer is our new vice chair. So thank you so much, Jennifer. I look forward to working together. And then the next item on our agenda is for reorganization of the Union 26 School Committee.
Yeah, so as current chair, I will just ask if there's any volunteer at all from the region, member of the region who's not a member of Union 26, who would be willing to run our nomination process for Union 26. Yeah, Jennifer or Anna?
I think Anna beat me to it.
Okay. Anna, if that's all right with everybody else on Union 26, I will hand it off to Anna to run the process for Union 26 chair, and then the new chair will run the process for the Union 26 vice chair.
I thought Jennifer was in Union 26. So it's okay. All right. Yeah, okay. So do we have any nominations for chair of Union 26? Irv, you have a question or you have a nomination?
This is obviously a very popular position given the amount of interest that we have in it, as shown by no hands going up in terms of people wanting to be nominated. Peter has done an incredible, remarkable job, and the job going forward will not be as challenging, one would hope. So I would just nominate myself.
Any other nominations?
It looks like Margaret's hand is up.
Oh, sorry, Margaret. Yes?
It's okay. I was going to nominate Irv.
Any other nominations? All right, then we will vote. Is there any discussion? Yes, Peter.
Yeah, I just want to thank Irv in advance. Even in the toughest of times, it's the easiest of times, it's a difficult job, and I just I'll say the same thing I said on the region level. I hope that all union members do their best to support him in the process. Yeah, and I really appreciate your stepping up and volunteering to do it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, so we will vote. Shall we vote on whether to accept Irv Rhodes as the chair of Union 26? Peter?
Peter, yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Margaret?
Yes.
Sarah Bess? Wait, not you. Who else is?
Tom.
Tom.
Tom, yes.
And that's everybody, right? Because Allison's
Yep.
not here? Yep. That passes 4-0.
Thank you very much, Anna.
There's no vice chair or anything like that, so we can just move on.
There is vice chair, but
Okay.
our freshly minted chair couldn't run that process.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the chair will entertain nominations for vice chair of Union 26. Peter?
Nominate Margaret Stancer.
Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, we'll just come to an immediate vote. So all the Union 26 people were in favor of Margaret being the vice chair. I will read you. Peter?
Peter, yes.
I think Tom?
Tom, yes.
Who else is there? Who else is Union 26? Anna? No.
No, it's just Tom, myself, Margaret, and yourself tonight.
And Irv? Yes, for Margaret. And Margaret?
I'll abstain.
Outstanding. That's everyone. So Margaret is the vice chair. Thank you, Margaret. And now I'll turn it over to Sarah Bess.
Thanks, Irv. Okay, so our next matter of business is public comment. The written public comment that was received has already been posted to board docs earlier this afternoon. So that is available there. If there are members of the public that would like to make comment, I'm going to request that you use the raise hand feature. And I will try to go through the list in the order it comes in. And just as, when we're in person, there's a 3-minute, you can try to limit yourself to 3 minutes. That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, so the first person on the list here is Sav Fox. Oh. Sorry, I apologize. One moment, please.
Point of order, Sarah Bess. I don't know if you're doing this. Might I suggest that you open the people panel? If you click on the people icon on the bottom right, where it says 74, you'll see that all the participants in the meeting.
Oh, there they are. Thank you. Yep, I was too far down on the bottom. I thought I was at the top. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Okay, so I apologize. MJ Schwartz is the first hand on the list here.
Justin Aberg, age 15, Leela Alcombe, 17, Arson, 17, Zenon Bartlett, 16, Cody J. Barker, 17, Jaden Bell, 15, Alexander Betts, 16, Blake Brockington, 18, Asher Brown, 13, Tyler Clemente, 18, Stockton Doosan, 17, Nova Dunn, 14, Mfo Falichuana, 14, Fuad, 17, Elias Fritchley, 12, Riley Hadley, 12, Jaheim Herrera, 11, Jamie Hubley, 15, Jay Jones, 17, Felis Joy, 16, Aiden Keenan Olson, 14, Zachary Kirschner, 15, Adam Kaiser, 16. Lizzie Lowe, 14, Lucas Vermont Cloud, 13, Billy Lucas, 15, Lance Lunston, 18, Xander Nicholas Mahaffey, 15, Michaela Miller, 16, Tyro Mulasi, 15, Eric Mohat, 17, Jamal Miles, age 9, Josh Pacheco, 17, Philip Parker, 14, Tristan Peterson, 12, Jack Reese, 17, Jamie Rodemeyer, 14, Jacob Rogers, 18, Roshan, 15, Nigel Shelby, 15, Channing Smith, 16, Tigran, 17, Tyrone Unsworth, 13, Carl Joseph Walker, 11, Seth Walsh, 13, Cameron Warwick, 16, Kenneth Wyhoon, 14, Carlos Vigil, 17. The names and ages you just heard belong to LGBTQIA plus kids 18 and under who have died by suicide. It is an incomplete list. My name is MJ Schwartz. I'm queer and non-binary, the parent and step-parent of 5 children, and I have extensive experience as a crisis line counselor for LGBTQI plus youth. I have listened to hundreds, if not thousands, of youth recount stories similar to what happened at ARPS as the reason they reached out to a crisis line in the hopes of finding a reason to stay alive. Yet members of our community who have treated this as a public health crisis have been met with contempt by certain members of this school committee. You ignored repeated requests for an emergency meeting all summer, then held your first meeting with public commentary on Zoom. The fact that you will not hear or face your community during a time of crisis is noted. The fact that Peter Demling and Ben Harrington made clear in statements to the press that they cared more about the reputation and so-called loss of Michael Morris than the children he failed to protect is noted, as is Harrington's resignation on the heels of Morris's departure. In light of said departure, is Morris still the recipient of the Title IX and other investigation results? If not, who is? We'll remember in November.
Thank you. Next on the list is Hallie Kay.
That's going to be hard to follow up. I was actually crying listening to that comment. But I'll try my best. Hello, members of the Regional School Committee and the Greater Amherst community. I am Haley Kelly, and I serve on the governing body of the Massachusetts Democratic Party as the minority representative for gender nonconforming people. I'm here today not just because I'm a passionate member of the UMass Amherst community, but also because many of the abused and targeted students in Amherst Regional Middle School are my constituents. As an elected official, it is my duty and moral responsibility to speak up and act when injustice happens around me. As electeds, when we decided to run for office, we are making a sacred promise to our communities to never be a bystander to the evils of this world. We take on a special responsibility to live the best values of our people and to be a role model for our youth who want to become public servants. When one gets elected to the school committee, that responsibility is even higher. Of how the school committee has handled the violent bigotry in arms, we, as the Amherst, Pelham, and Shrewsbury community, have to ask if this is the example we want to be setting for our kids. Is being a bystander to someone being complicit in abuse the way we want our kids to react when they become adults? Superintendent Morris knew of the transphobic abuse happening in arms. Nationally, not having accepting school increases the trans youth suicide rate by about 50%. And we know from hearing their stories that this situation is no different. To those who are still intend to defend Morris, even after so many of his wrongdoings have been revealed, I ask you to spend some time to doing self-reflection. Uncomfortable conversations about youth suicide and child abuse are uncomfortable. It's right there in the name. So I don't blame anyone who feels uncomfortable with the conversations we need to have about arms. Just please ask yourself, is the discomfort I feel more important than middle schoolers having suicidal ideation? If you feel discomfort, but realize that addressing and preventing the trauma that trans middle school students went through under Morris's watch, that is what we need to focus on as mature adults, then I want to work with you in facilitating community healing. But if you think that your personal discomfort is more important than kids wanting to kill themselves, then I don't know how to talk with you. I hope that the next meeting of the school committee will be in person so we can have the opportunity to gather together and heal as a community. And as a final note, I just want to say, because there's a lot of the target students who I know are struggling with mental health, I grew up with incredibly transphobic parents. I had to visit several priests who were trying to get me to braid the gay away as well. And it made me struggle with suicide. But I am here, and we will fight to our dying breaths for our rights, even if it means against this school committee. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next on the list is Maxine Oland.
Thank you. My name is Maxine Oland. I'm the parent of a rising ninth grader who suffered significant gender discrimination at the middle school. First, I would like to say thank you to all the members of the community who spoke up and advocated for trans and non-binary kids when my family needed privacy and space for healing. It means the world to me that my community would fight for my kid when I felt like I was fighting alone for so long. Second, to all the parents that are upset that Mike Morris resigned, I am so glad that your children were not harmed in our schools. I too have an older child who went through the middle and high school and was allowed to thrive, and I know how many wonderful teachers and staff members we have in our district. But the reality is that our district systematically violated Title IX and repeatedly failed our transgender and non-binary kids. The law says that if the district knows about gender or sex discrimination, they are required to investigate and remedy the situation, even if a parent does not wish to make a formal Title IX complaint. Over the past year, I personally notified the district multiple times of discrimination against my child by students and staff members. This includes communication directly with Dr. Morris. Each time, I asked for policy changes that would make our children safer and our schools more inclusive, and each time our administration failed to take action. The policy changes suggested by Morris this summer were 95% lifted from my letters, which I first sent to the district last September. I was patient and understanding for so long, even as my child's mental health declined to the point of hospitalization. When your amazing child tells you that school makes them want to kill themselves, but the district continues to ignore your pleas for policy and support, it is time to seek a change in leadership. I only filed the official Title IX complaint in April, after we had to remove our child from the school, and it was clear that nothing would change without it. Finally, to the school committee, I find your hypocrisy staggering. That you refused to place Morris on leave before the results of the Title IX report were released, but that you are willing to completely exonerate him and offer him severance pay before the release of that report. When community members and the teachers union asked you to place Morris on leave, it was because we knew firsthand that Title IX was violated and that Dr. Morris knew about it. If you didn't know about this, it's because you refused to listen to us, to me, to the teachers and staff members that bravely spoke up, and to the many other students and parents that spoke with reporters and at meetings. I understand that Morris has been a good leader at many times in the past, and I have supported him in the past, but he did, through his inaction, allow children to be hurt. He allowed my child to be profoundly damaged. I implore the school committee to make sure Morris does not have decision-making power regarding the results of the Title IX investigation. I do not trust him to make good decisions regarding our teachers and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. The next on the list is Jenna Schwartz.
My name's Jenna Schwartz. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an Amherst parent and resident. I continue to be alarmed and saddened and angered by the regional school committee's lack of response to what has been, and in my mind continues to be, a crisis in our district. In the wake of the recent resignations, I feel no more assured that anything substantive has changed. We have been asking for an in-person meeting for months. Making public comments on Zoom is not the same as sharing physical space and seeing each other. So being here is both a disappointment and feels like further confirmation that it's not a priority for you to face the community. Even now, some of the school committee's videos are off. We can't see your faces. The investigations we've been referring to all summer remain murky and elusive to members of the public. Many questions remain unanswered, and you have offered no clear path for how the public will be informed going forward. In the absence of this offering, it is difficult to trust your intentions. Where are the Title IX investigation results now? What is the plan for sharing these results with the public? If Mike Morris is receiving the results, how do we know that ARPS employees who were interviewed won't be vulnerable to last-minute retaliation? LGBTQIA+ children suffered on Mike Morris's watch. As superintendent, he was a mandated reporter who knew about harm to children and chose not to address it, then evaded all responsibility right up until his resignation. The RSC has the power to acknowledge that Morris, as the leader of the district, played a key role in this crisis and to act accordingly, but you chose again and again to protect Morris, and in so doing, to protect a status quo that does not put children first. Now Morris walks away from the district with a clean slate, leaving Amherst taxpayers with a hefty price tag for a $50,000 private investigation, a bloated severance package, 2 complaints with the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination, and a narrative, thanks in large part to Peter Demling, that he, quote, put student well-being at the heart of all of his actions, unquote, and that his resignation is sad for the district. Painting Morris's departure as a loss is a real gut punch to every single individual in this community who tried to communicate to him that children were being bullied and harmed because of their gender identities and sexual orientations. You have portrayed caring, compassionate, hardworking educators and parents as being disingenuous, loud and opinionated, and untrustworthy, while handing the superintendent a golden parachute. And you have derided concerned Amherst residents as divisive rather than responding with humility to the hurt that has been right before your eyes. If we were in a room together, you would have to see that pain. It speaks volumes that you would not make that an option tonight. In a word, this whole mess feels just as unresolved to me as it did before. But one thing has changed. Members of the Amherst community, teachers, staff, paras, and parents of diverse backgrounds have united in our quest to create a school district based on true accountability, transparency, and equity, and systems that always put our children first. We will remember all of this in November.
Thank you. Cairo Serna?
Hi, my name is Kyra Serna. I am a non-binary student at UMass, and I'm here also as a member of the Democratic State Committee. Over the past few months, I have watched our community be disappointed and devastated over and over again by the poorly managed homophobia and transphobia at the middle school and by the resulting school committee decisions. The general apathy and avoidance around these and other recent issues is negligent at best and actively harmful at worst. Is this the way we show up for our kids? You ignored and dismissed their complaints over and over again. You stood by while they suffered because your staff put them in danger and targeted them. When children say that they are suicidal, your lack of adequate response makes you complicit in that. What example are you setting when you make excuses for Morris, the man who stood by while those students were targeted under his watch? Your willingness to not only defend Morris, but shield him from accountability and then award him a ridiculous amount of money for a district that can't pay its own paraeducators is absolutely inexcusable, because he brushed off victims and chose inaction, and then so did you by backing him. Those of you who have continued to avoid engaging with your constituents, most notably today for several hours, and then refusing to meet them face to face, are in part responsible for allowing these harms to remain unaddressed, because they have yet to be addressed. And it is very telling that those of you who refuse to talk to the public in person are also unwilling to show your faces on camera. Moving forward, I hope the school committee will protect its students and prioritize transparency, accountability, and public engagement, where so far it's failed, especially during the upcoming search for a new superintendent. And I hope that you will choose to uphold the integrity of Amherst's government and prevent further harm to students, rather than continuing to condemn Amherst's children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Megan St. Marie?
Hi, everyone. I submitted my comment in writing because I wasn't sure I'd be able to be here this evening, but I want to give my comment verbally as well. I'm saddened by the RSC's rebuff of my own and others' calls for face-to-face meetings during this crisis. That refusal has contributed to the acrimony, sadness, and mistrust in our community. I think adopting a stance of curiosity and vulnerability in times of strife and conflict can be a bridge to healing, and such states are enabled by in-person interactions and undermined by remote communications. I nevertheless hope my own curiosity and vulnerability are apparent as I offer sincere questions to the committee members. First, a yes or no question on which every other thought and feeling I have about this crisis hinges. Do you believe the ARPS students, parents, teachers, and staff who say their repeated requests for help protecting trans and queer children at arms during the 22-23 school year were ignored or minimized by the district administration? Peter Demling's statement after Superintendent Morris's resignation doesn't directly answer this question, but it voices his belief that there was a, quote, rush to judgment and condemn Morris, unquote. Peter was clear he spoke only for himself, so I reframe my first question to maintain a focus on the affected children and their families, and I ask the rest of you, do you believe the parents and children who came forward are lacking a, quote, are lacking a complete set of facts about their own experiences? Do you think parents are lying about their attempts to get help from the district administration? Do you think children's experiences of self-harm, suicidal ideation, and hospitalization were fabricated, or that they can be explained away as arising from some other reason? Now, as of this writing, the Title IX investigation report is incomplete. How the RSC handles the delivery of this report is a new opportunity for repair. My questions follow. Can you please publicly and thoroughly describe how the Title IX investigator was hired? Is it true the investigation's cost will be close to $50,000? And if not, what is the projected cost? Why did the district assume this cost instead of engaging in what I understand would have been a free and partial process through the Department of Education? And please let me know if I'm wrong about that understanding. Who will receive the Title IX report and be empowered to take action on its findings should past and current staff members be found responsible for violations of students' rights? And specifically, will Dr. Morris himself be involved in receiving and reviewing the Title IX report? If so, what is the RSC's rationale for why this would be appropriate and effective? Then, will the full Title IX report be made public with redacted names of the children? And why was Dr. Morris given a six-figure severance package before the results of the investigation were delivered? How does the package and the joint statement issued by Dr. Morris and the RSC claiming no wrongdoing on his part fail to amount to a rush to judgment in his favor without a full set of facts? Three more questions. What will the hiring process be for the next superintendent? How will you ensure there is diverse representation on the hiring committee, including BIPOC, trans, and queer voices? And finally, as the RSC reorganizes under new leadership and as we anticipate November elections, will you commit to transparency in your meetings and votes in an effort to rebuild trust in the community? If you do believe the children and parents, I implore you to put that belief at the very center of everything you say and do to respond to the fast moving and terribly difficult circumstances now facing our school district. To paraphrase another part of Peter Demling's statement from a different vantage point, you, as an elected body, would do well to realize the long-term negative impact of failing to center these children and families when deciding the future direction of our public schools. And I speak to you tonight as an Amherst resident and parent of 7 past and current ARPS students dating back to 2004.
Thank you. May Alexandra Lucas?
Hello, my name is May Alexandra Lucas. I am a local student and trans woman and secretary of the LGBTQ caucus of the College Democrats of Massachusetts. I have been following the news surrounding the developments at the schools with great interest and increasing alarm. The committees and those you are responsible for's repeated and egregious failures in protecting the students who are supposed to be under your care and not under your negligence have not gone unnoticed. Many people I know, not normally involved in local politics, have felt the need to come out today and raise their voices in demanding that you do better. We need a qualified and experienced superintendent with the resolve to not repeat these failures, transparency in the search for such an individual and their hiring, an interview committee that represents the full and beautiful diversity of our schools and communities, that no more of Dr. Morris's staffing decisions made prior to his departure go through, that the Title IX investigation be released to the public with redacted names. Do better, or find yourselves with no community support left when you're up for re-election. You hid in a meeting to approve minutes for 2.5 hours, and in that time, the turnout increased from 35 to now 70. Have you ever had turnout like this before? And what does it say that when your constituents finally come to you and demand you act, you turn your heads, disable your cameras, and silence comment? Thank you for listening.
MJ Schwartz.
I have comments are disabled on mine, so I don't have my hand up. I don't know what's going on. My reactions are not working. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Jay Gross.
Hi, hello. So I didn't prepare something, but I want you to know that I'm very disappointed in this conduct, and I find that your recalcitrance to interact with any of your constituents borders on not negligence, but almost culpability. It is very disappointing that any sort of this kind of action has been tolerated for such a long period of time. And that is very upsetting, and it's very tragic. However, there is no shame in making mistakes, and there is no shame in accepting that things do not always go wrong. We have seen that some people are simply not suited to the task of being in charge of the department, of the schools, and of being responsible for the welfare of the children. I would ask all of you to please consider whether your current position is something that you are comfortable doing. Please understand the incredible responsibility entrusted to you by your community and truly, honestly reflect on whether you can meet the demand and responsibility placed upon you. There is no shame in leaving a position that makes a community unsafe for its members. No one will begrudge you to accept if you find that this position is not one for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Cano Martin.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Amber Cano Martin. I have 2 children in the school system. I have a rising 2nd grader, and I also have a rising 7th grader. I just want to begin my comment by saying that I am one of the people who has been asking for this public meeting for weeks and weeks and weeks, and also asking that that meeting be conducted in person. And you know, as you can see here, we're all gathered on this imperfect virtual meeting for reasons I still don't understand. So I'm sorry that we're in this situation, because I think that, you know, being face to face with the community was really the appropriate action to take given all the circumstances. You know, so just that being said, I have a lot of things to say because there haven't been any public comments or public meetings for a long time. So I don't know if 3 minutes will be enough, but I'm just going to try to go through some of them. I echo a lot of folks' calls tonight that Mike Morris should not receive the results of the Title IX report or be able to take any actions regarding that. I think that's the bare minimum that we can do at this point, given all the decisions that have been made without public input. I'm extremely disappointed that Mike Morris got a buyout that is really the equivalent of 2 teacher salaries that money we really needed in the district before we even got the results of the Title IX investigation, right? So I think that we had asked that he be put on leave. Those calls were ignored, and waiting the results of the Title IX investigation. And now we have this result that has a large buyout before we even got to see those results. And that's completely unacceptable and the complete opposite of transparency. Another thing that I want to bring up is that in the past few days, I've seen a lot of public statements by Peter Demling and Ben Harrington about how wonderful Mike is and how big a loss this is for our community, that we're losing him, that not one of those statements said anything about the children that were harmed. We need to be centering children. The school committee, why is it here if it's not going to center children, right? Children should not be harmed in their schools, and that is your number one responsibility. So it's really heartbreaking to see that you make these statements about how wonderful Mike Morris was and not a single word of care or concern for those children. And that's why the community's here, because we do have care and concern for our children. Maxine, thank you for speaking your truth here and in other spaces. Your story is always in my mind and heart and every little thing that I do and advocate for. And I know there's so many stories of parents and children that have not yet been public, names and faces, but they're in my hearts too. And thank you, Jennifer Shao, for always standing up for transparency, equity, and accountability, even when the rest of the committee has not. Finally, I would insist and I hope that the hiring process for the next superintendent have trans, queer, and BIPOC representation on the hiring committee, and that be finally a transparent process that we can all get behind in this community. And to folks who are up for reelection, which I think is everybody on the Amherst School Committee, we'll remember this in November. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura Hunter?
Hello, I don't know if you can. Okay. I'm Laura Jane Hunter. I'm a parent of 2 children, one who is starting 8th grade and one who is starting 9th grade in the Amherst schools. And I am the spouse of someone who's been teaching in ARMS for 16 years. I have some prepared comments, but I do want to speak to what we witnessed when you all returned from your executive session. And that was, once again, Peter Demling describing people who speak up for the children, in this case, Jennifer Shao, who has been the only active member of the school committee to make any kind of public statement supporting the students and educators, and referring to her as being polarizing. It is so telling that he is afraid. He's so afraid to have anyone speak up in support of the students and the educators. And it's baffling to me because this is a school committee. You're here for the students and you're here for the educators. You're here not as enemies of the APA, but to support them. And so your response to a administrator whose job was to protect the students is to pay him off with the equivalent of 2 teacher salaries or 3 to 4 paraeducator salaries, and also to spend untold amount of money on what we are now facing with lawsuits because of your terrible, terrible actions. So I'm speaking directly to the school committee. I'm not speaking to Jen Shao because I believe that she is actually the only voice who has shown any integrity in this matter. I also echo, first I want to say, MJ, thank you so much for naming those names. It made me weep. It's heartbreaking. Maxine, thank you again for always speaking up and speaking your truth. You're so brave. I don't know how you do it. It's heartbreaking to me. And I want to reiterate all of Megan's questions. Where is the investigation going? Where will it land? Is it going to Mike Morris? How could that even be possible? It should be made public with obviously the children's names redacted. We need external, impartial investigations from the Department of Education. Our district is a sewer now. It is a sewer. It is a place where it is not safe to be a student. It is not safe to be an educator. The only thing that's safe to be is a rich white man in power. That's the only thing that it's safe to be. And that's not okay. So I really, really need you. I really, really need you to take this seriously, to clean out the swamp, to use a ridiculous saying by Donald Trump. But in this case, our district has become a swamp. The money is going back into itself, and we're facing 2 lawsuits. It's absolutely unacceptable. Remember that your job is to take care of the students. Remember that you are here for the students and the educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Toro?
Yes, hello. My name is Marta Toro. I am a retired teacher from the Amherst Regional Public Schools. And I am appalled how elected officials have lost their understanding that schools exist because of students, that this is the future of our community, that they have the right to be in a safe environment to learn, to grow, to develop the skills that they need to become productive and happy future participants of the community, no matter race, no matter gender, no matter sexuality, no matter nationality. I mean, it really makes no sense in my mind that the last thing in most of the school committee members is to even mention that the students have been hurt. As elected officials, you have a responsibility to serve the community, to make sure that you are transparent, that you hold the administration, in this case, the superintendent, who is the responsible bottom line person of what happens in this district, accountable and responsible for what's going on. And it is really concerning that the school committee, except for Jennifer, has lost that understanding of what the goal and the vision and the mission of the district is. Because obviously it has not been followed. If you read the mission, it talks about how everybody should be accepted, everybody should be protected, and they have not been. And it is an insult to the community who elected some of these public servants when they are saying that the children are lying, the parents are lying, the staff is lying. Staff has been trying to protect students. I am a retired teacher. I was staff who was protecting students too. So it's really, really unacceptable that this is happening in this district that supposedly is so open and understanding and accepting of everybody. This is something that will be remembered in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Grassi?
Hello. Before I say my piece, I would like to quickly ask if it would be possible for the people in charge of this digital meeting to kindly turn on the chat so that anyone who has no microphone or does not feel comfortable speaking out loud and who would like to talk about any of the things that have been said here has an ability to pitch into this discussion. Whether that is possible or not, I would like to go on to say my piece. The format of this meeting as a digital meeting has been exploited in several ways over the course of the last few minutes. You may note that early in this meeting, there were emoji reactions which strongly agreed with the position offered by the public speakers who have gone before me, that the actions of the school committee are unacceptable. That feature was subtly turned off about halfway through the meeting. That, combined with the delay, combined with the disabling of chat, are actions which cannot be possibly held to be part of a good faith argument given the context of what has been done here. I would like to echo my support for everything that the speakers from the public have said before me, and I would like to offer that any reaction to the very real harm that has been done to children here, other than strong condemnation and a call for accountability, is frankly abhorrent. I believe that there does need to be a change in leadership among the people who have allowed this to happen. And I would like to offer once again that it is my belief that the chat should be open in order to make this debate accessible to as many people as possible, though I doubt that will happen. If it does, then I would hope that people in the chat who do not feel comfortable speaking out would leave their comments here. And if possible, if chat is enabled, I would like to offer the rest of my time to potentially read aloud the comments of anyone who wishes to speak but does not have a microphone who uses such chat. If the chat is not going to be enabled, then I cede the rest of my time to whoever comes after me, and I wish you the best of luck in speaking your truth.
Thank you. MJ? Your audio is on your, oh, now your camera is on also.
An hour, and given that you were not willing to meet with all of the people here in person, the almost 80 people here in person, that it would be great if you could turn that feature on. Anyway, I'm Emily. I'm I'm an Amherst area resident, a student of UMass Amherst, and a trans woman. And I didn't get around to preparing a formal statement, so I'm not going to be as well spoken as all of the wonderful people who went before me and spoke their truths and everything. And seriously, I'm so proud of all of you guys. But I'm sure that the people in this committee are decent people who really genuinely want to do what's best for children, because why else would you take that job? But I know you guys are here because you care about what happens in schools. I've just been really, really struggling to understand how on earth this insane cover-up of such an astonishing amount of transphobia could have gone unaddressed for so long. Because it really seems like at least part of the committee has been trying to specifically avoid addressing this issue for quite a bit. You guys are, as a governing body, sided with the superintendent, who is an explicit accessory to school employees praying the gay demons out of queer kids. That's not an exaggeration. That's practically a quote. Gay demons. I'm pretty sure that was in one of the exposés somewhere. Guidance counselors. These gay and trans kids come to them because other kids spit slurs at them all day, tell them to kill themselves, threaten physical violence. And the guidance counselors, whose job it is to help them, treat them almost as badly as the bullies do, misgender them, tell them it's their fault, pray the gay away. Like, what is going on here? Multiple kids became suicidal because this went on for so long. The superintendent knew about it, and your committee had his back the entire time after all of this broke. You saw the evidence that he had personally reviewed countless reports from students begging someone to help their child, and he just sat on that without doing anything and lied about it when he was called out in public. You saw all of that and you decided that it wasn't important enough. You let him go with an exorbitant severance package. Like, I really want to believe that this was somehow some kind of a really screwed up misunderstanding, and you really do have the best interests of kids at heart here, but I'm really struggling to make this make sense. You don't go to bat for people who do the things that these people did. Kids are at risk of dying. It is not some kind of hysterical over-exaggeration to say that the shit that went down in these schools nearly caused children to die. Suicide is, I believe it's the first or the second largest cause of death for teenagers in the US. And we know for an empirical fact that trans kids are orders of magnitude more likely to become suicidal when they're in an abusive situation. He could have put a stop to it easily. He had all of the information in front of them. The only responsible course of action was to kick him promptly without benefits. That was the only acceptable thing you could have done, but you dragged your heels and you continued to defend him to the very end. So yeah, I'm trans. I went to middle school, and I was somehow under the impression that in a progressive haven like Amherst, I wouldn't find out that kids in schools today are going through worse shit than I ever heard growing up. My middle school classmates from a conservative town were not nearly as vicious as the shit that I read about those kids going through. And that's saying something, because I think that if I had been outed as trans back then, I might not be here now. So yeah, please answer, I believe it was Megan St. Marie's list of questions about the exact specifics of the Title IX investigation into Morris. That's the absolute least you guys could do. If answering those questions would take too much time and effort, despite the fact that you spent over 2.5 hours, I think, keeping more than 60 people waiting while you took minutes, then I would encourage you to answer the questions in some kind of formal statement. And also, like Jacob said, please re-enable the text chat and the emoji reactions. You guys weren't willing to meet with these people, so please let us use those features. Don't think that we forgot about that. Thank you.
Thank you. John Boniface?
Yes, thank you. And sorry, I'm not able to appear via video this evening. My name is John Boniface. I'm an Amherst parent and a constitutional attorney. And I'd like to address what I see as an accountability and transparency crisis with respect to this situation. The remarks I'm going to make appeared in a column that I shared with the Gazette a couple weeks ago and that I share with you tonight. As an Amherst parent, I have been deeply concerned about the reports of mistreatment of LGBTQ+ students at the Amherst Regional Middle School. Like many, I have questions about how Superintendent Mike Morris could have ignored complaints and allowed the harm to continue for so long. I was initially relieved to hear that there would be a Title IX investigation into the complaints and hope for a resolution that would bring healing for the families involved. As an attorney, I have been appalled to learn that the Title IX investigation is being conducted by a private attorney who was hired by the school district. While the initial investigation may have centered around the counselors accused of causing direct harm to LGBTQ+ children, Dorian Cunningham and Morris should also be central to the investigation, as they were in the role of hiring and overseeing the counselors involved and of receiving reports of the incidents that led to the complaints. There is no way for there to be an impartial investigation when people who are paying the investigator are among those needing to be investigated. The public has been told to expect the results of the investigation this month. However, there has been no transparency about the fact that this is not an independent, impartial investigation. Further, once those results of the school district's current investigation are ready to be shared, who will receive them? If it is anyone within the district who is involved in paying the investigator, that would be an alarming conflict of interest. And who will decide what to do with the results of the investigation once they are released? Is Dr. Morris going to have a say in what happens next, or will it be someone who worked for him? Either way, that's a problem. Many community members are looking forward to the results of the Title IX investigation in hopes that they will lead to a path of healing. I am concerned that the very nature of the investigation itself makes it dangerous to feel confident in the results. How can we accept the results of an investigation by someone handpicked by those in close proximity with the people being investigated? How can we have any confidence in an appropriate response to the investigation if the people providing that response work for the people implicated? I am left with questions about why the school district chose not to pursue an independent investigation. Why wouldn't the district want a full, impartial investigation in a matter of such importance? They could certainly have asked the U.S. Department of Education or the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, or both, to investigate this matter rather than hire their own private attorney. Your decision not to do so should raise red flags. The Amherst Regional Public School District is facing serious and credible allegations that students in their district have been subjected to transphobic and homophobic abuses and bullying in violation of federal and state civil rights laws, and that those in charge did not take appropriate action when they first learned of these allegations. Consistent with basic principles of our democracy, the public must have confidence that any individuals implicated by such wrongful conduct will be held accountable regardless of their position or status. That can only happen with an independent, impartial investigation of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope Kennedy? Hope, are you still here? Well, if Hope comes back, they can have their time. Oliver Kelly?
Thank you. My name is Oliver Kelly. I have been a resident of Amherst for the last 8 years. I have a bachelor's in gender sexuality studies and a master's in higher education and public policy administration. I thank you first for this great learning example of lack of accountability and not serving a constituency. I think a lesson that is becoming overwhelmingly transparent is that we've gotten to a point where trans people deserve and are demanding to be respected in a basic sense. We're not killing ourselves at exorbitant rates. I mean, we're trying, and we're getting better every day in owning our space in a world that doesn't want us here, which is to say, we're still here, and we're going to demand to be respected. We're going to be on government boards. We're going to be in your community. We're going to be parents. We're going to be neighbors. If you have a personal feeling against trans people, if that is against your religion, then this is not the job for you, because public schools are funded by the government that have a separation between church and state. Your personal religious beliefs have nothing to do with public schools and the children that you are teaching. Even if you've done absolutely nothing here, even if you yourself have not engaged in transphobia, neutrality is on the side of the oppressor. Doing nothing is violence. You cannot brush off these people anymore. It is systemic transphobia to have people on several administrative levels not at all recognizing or respecting trans people on such a great level. I don't know if you thought that no one else was going to care about trans people and therefore this would go away. I don't know if the thought was people were going to agree with you. I mean, this is a growing sentiment. There have been, rallies in East Hampton of public transphobic displays. I work with, I'm on a statewide LGBT commission. The students that I work with are experiencing the same thing that I experienced when I was in high school, experiencing the same things that the student staff who helped me when I was a student are going through. These things need to stop somewhere, and I secede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Hope, is your microphone working?
It should be working now. Are you
Okay,
able to hear
excellent.
me?
Floor is yours.
So it's hard to follow all of the impactful statements made by everyone who spoke first. I do just want to point out that the school committee's response of muting the chat after making us wait for nearly 3 hours and then muting our reactions that we used when we used those instead of the chat really shows a lack of accountability, transparency, and interest in rebuilding trust with the community. In the interest of transparency, I hope that the school committee answers the questions asked by the concerned people here tonight and who have been asking these questions for months, if not years.
Thank you. Hallie Kay?
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge as well that the chat and reactions still aren't enabled, despite repeated calls for them to be enabled. The meeting, you had, Sarah Beth, several dozen people reach out to you to allow there to be an in-person space for us to talk. And then after saying that meeting anywhere in person would disrupt the preparations for the school, you have facilitated a meeting as now chair where public comment is disabled and the reactions are disabled. I don't understand why the school committee has such hatred and contempt for its own constituents. Why would you serve a group of people that you apparently don't have any amount of respect for? I really don't understand. And so I hope that you all, as the school committee, have a change of heart and start respecting this community and enable the public comment and the chat and the reactions. Or if you are going to continue to show such contempt for our community, I encourage you to resign. That way we don't have to beat you in November. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Cairo Cerna?
I have some comments from people who are unable to use their microphones or otherwise unable to speak for themselves. Here's a comment from someone who would have used the chat if you hadn't turned it off. Quote, I'm Mark. I'm a UMass Amherst student and a trans man in love with the person I plan to have my children with. Will you choose to let me raise my children in Amherst or force me to leave the community I've grown to love? Thank you, end quote. And another attendee wanted to comment, quote, I don't feel like taking 3 minutes to say my piece because it really comes down to this. Fix the issue or you'll be voted out. Even if you don't care, you're all replaceable and your constituents are mad at you, so do the math, end quote. Your public is speaking out. Do your jobs and take them seriously. As you can probably tell, you can disable the chat, disable the reactions, and block in-person meetings, but cutting us off from each other simply isn't going to work. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Maritha Wallace?
You'll need to unmute.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry. My name is Maritha Wallace. I am a lifetime resident of Amherst. I graduated from the Amherst school system. I've raised 4 children here, one of them being autistic, one of them being bisexual. And I have to say, I'm very disappointed. I've been an educator in Amherst, and I'm very disappointed on how this whole situation was handled. And I think that it has caused an enormous amount of disruption to students, to parents, and getting over that disruption is something that is very, very difficult. And I speak this as a Black gay woman that what is going on here is not acceptable. I've known Mike Morris. He taught with my father for a number of years, and how he dealt with this was absolutely not okay because he lied. And somehow we need to learn how to expect transparency from those who are supposed to be leaders in this community, and it does not exist. And I have to say that resigning and taking a 6-figure salary is the coward's way out. It is cowardly. It is not strength. It is not wisdom. You have a lawsuit from a person of color because, on one hand, she did the wrong thing. However, she is a person of color, and the white man got a 6-figure salary, wasn't put on leave pending an investigation. So now you have a lawsuit based in discrimination. So you right there, you hit 2 hurdles. You have this thing thing, Title IX, about this, where there should have definitely been some consequences for Doreen Cunningham, but now she has a lawsuit because you didn't do the right thing. And part of that is owning your crap. We all make mistakes. Not one of us on this call is perfect. However, we can go on and make and heal and help heal a community when we say, yeah, I screwed that up, and I'm sorry that I did that, and I'll do better in the future. Not one of you has said that. In fact, you have absolved the people who have hurt students, staff, and the community by not doing what you need to do. This is simply not okay. You are not doing your job, which is to make our children feel safe. We have employees that are afraid to speak out because that might mean their job. That's not okay. And yet you sit here, you go into executive session for almost 3 hours to take minutes. I get it. However, you have a community here that has been begging for attention and healing, and yet nobody can have enough time or enough understanding or empathy to do this. Do your job, because as a voter in this community, I will remember. My family who grew up here will remember, all of them voting members of this community. And you're not doing the right thing. Start by accepting accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Riley Copens?
What has been happening and not happening with and for the students is a violation of their 14th Amendment rights. I also greatly appreciate what Hope and Jacob and now many others have addressed about the chat and reactions, and would like to point out that this is a blatant violation of our First Amendment rights as we speak in support of these kids and their 14th Amendment rights. Just kind of wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Horatio Nunez? Horatio, are you still there?
Hello?
Hi, yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
I just want to say I love you, Mark.
Okay, are there any other comments before we move on to our new and continuing business? Okay, looks like not. Thank you all for coming and speaking. Okay, so our first item under update regarding the superintendent departure and filling vacancy. So at this time, we can discuss the superintendent status and future transition, including possibility of acting superintendent appointment.
There appears to be one last person who wants to make a public comment.
Anna?
I saw.
Whoa. Sorry. Am I still echoey?
Nope, you're good now.
Oh, good. Whew. So can I just make one clarifying statement? We left for executive session not to take minutes, but to approve minutes from our meeting that we had previously. Just to make sure that people understood what we were doing while we were away for those 2 hours. I'm sorry, Sarah.
Yep. Thank you.
Is now the right time to talk about what we want to do now that Mike Morris has left?
Yes, now would be that time.
So I would like to say that I think we should select an interim superintendent who could take us to the next hiring cycle, and so that we can do a thorough and appropriate timely search that would get us the best candidate for the permanent superintendent, who would then, I guess, be hired in July and then take over for the next school year. That would be my vote.
Thank you.
Yes, Peter.
Peter?
Yeah, I agree with Anna. So I think the process is multi-layered. So I think our first challenge is that as of September 1st, we don't have a superintendent in the role. And so hearkening back to the discussions we had back in May and the advice that Mark gave us, there's certain actions that only a superintendent can take, like employment actions and whatnot. And so as soon as you don't have someone in the role, then it's really not a good situation for any school district. It's one of the reasons DESE is so insistent upon making that as short as possible. So I think that's really the first order of business, is to figure out someone who can get in there on September 1st. And typically the shortest term superintendent, so the contract with Doug was acting superintendent for that reason. And so I think that's the first thing to try and figure out what the next practical steps are. And for sure, the long-term goal is to have a permanent superintendent who starts next July 1st. In between that, I guess, is kind of a gray area. You know, if the person who is acting superintendent, also the committee also wants to be interim superintendent for the rest of the school year, that's one option. It could be that we get an acting superintendent who keeps the seat warm and is able to do the things that need to be done for a certain amount of time, that gives us a little bit of breathing room to then do an interim search process, which obviously would not be as involved as a permanent search process, but it might give us a little bit of time. I think that's another option. So that's how I just sort of frame it. I don't have really any decisions there. I do think that one of the action items out of this meeting should be to ask the chairs to reach out to Dr. Slaughter before our next meeting, just to see if he is open to the notion of an acting superintendency, so that we at least have, you know, that known option. I mean, he was acting superintendent for a number of weeks, and you know, so a known quantity there for the committees.
Thank you, Peter. Jennifer?
So I mostly agree with what Anna and Peter said about our possible next steps. But just to clarify some things that we learned when we appointed Dr. Doug as acting superintendent, we don't need an acting, we need an interim. The acting superintendent was because Mike was still in the role while he was on leave, and we needed an acting to cover the superintendent while the superintendent was unavailable. As of after October 31st, we don't have a superintendent, so we need to appoint an interim. I also agree with what was said about doing a national search to have a permanent superintendent in place for July 1st, 2024. I've been told by people in the know that process usually starts in January 1st. As many of you may know, there's going to be there will probably be turnover in the school committee because the Amherst seats, all 5 seats, are up for re-election, and those terms would begin January 2nd or something like that. So off the top of my head, one suggestion which is very similar to what Peter said. We appoint an interim superintendent, possibly Doug, possibly someone else, but that person would need to start quickly. They would need to, we would need to meet again quickly after August 31st, hopefully within a week from today, appoint an interim to serve, I'm going to say, until January 31st or February 28th or whatever, to get us into the new calendar year. And then or possibly until a permanent superintendent is hired, but at least until January or February to get us through the calendar year. And then, if we did appoint someone through January or February, then the next cohort of school committee members could decide to extend that person's contract, if it's Doug or someone else, through the end of the school year. I don't know. These are just some ideas off the top of my head, but we're going to need an interim. It's more than a short-term thing. It's like a medium-term thing, possibly for a year. possibly for 6 months. And then I think that we should start now deciding and discussing what the search process is going to look like for the permanent superintendent. We should be ready to go on January 1st to post the position and to already have in place a large and robust school committee with representation from the APEA, from parents, from the queer community, from the BIPOC community, from students. We should talk about this, about what that search committee would look like and what the search process would look like. But I think we can start that now so that we're ready to go on January 1st. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Tillman?
I believe Irv was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Irv.
We need to act quickly on terms of this superintendent, whether we call him interim or acting. And if Doug is interim, then we have something else to deal with. If Doug becomes interim, then who replaces Doug? I mean, that is a huge job, and we will be going into budget season. And so if we're going into budget season and Doug is interim, it really it's a dilemma in terms of what do we do and how do we replace Doug if he's interim superintendent. That's one. Second, obviously we need to immediately after we have taken care of the interim situation to get up and running as soon as possible a search committee so that we can move as quickly as possible at the beginning of the new year in terms of finding a new superintendent. Now, obviously, that assumes that, hey, our interim is going to serve until such time as we find a new superintendent. And I don't know whether that's something we wish to do, but it seems to me if we don't do that, then we find ourselves in a position of going out and getting an interim. Anyway, either way, it is not a good situation, and it requires some thought and quick action.
Thank you, Irv. Now, Tillman.
Yeah, I agree with Jennifer and Irv that we should get ready for the proper search for a permanent superintendent quickly so that we're ready then in January. In terms of the interim, I do think we should aim to appoint someone through the entire school year, so to July or June 30th next year, so that we have some stability over the year. I'm not in favor of having somebody for half a year and then potentially having another change even when the school committee changes. Just because that's a lot of disruption over a relatively short amount of time.
Thank you, Tillman. Jennifer?
I'm just thinking out loud here through the options. Like, we're going to need someone ASAP. And there isn't time to do a search for an interim. Like, we wanted to open up and try to find an interim. Like, there isn't time to do that. So we at least need, someone needs to talk, presumably Sarah Best needs to talk to Dr. Slaughter and find out if he's willing to serve as interim and for how long. If he says, I'll do it, but only for a month, then we'll need to figure out what to do. If he says, I'll do it for as long as you need me to do it, then we will need to backfill his, his financial role, as Irv said. Maybe it's easier to find an interim finance director than an interim superintendent. Like, well, these are all variables that we will need to discuss. But like, I think I don't know. We should, the chairs should talk to Doug and talk to others in the administration about who else could be an immediate interim. Maybe it's Doug. Maybe there's someone else that, we've tossed around a bunch of names earlier this year. But that will need to happen quickly.
Thanks. Peter?
Yeah, so I agree with everything Jennifer said. Which is why I think of this in terms of 3 stages. Like, we have the first problem is that in 9 days we don't have a superintendent, right? And so as soon as that happens, we're in a bad situation. And so for sure, we want the chairs to see if Dr. Slaughter is even open to the possibility and how long, to at least buy us some time, right, for the next step. And totally, if there are others, particularly if they're currently employed in the district who have the license for the job, Just to give us options because we don't know what Dr. Slaughter's availability and the comment about backfilling is really well taken. I mean, in 7 months we're going to have to vote the budget for next year, and I mean, from my point of view, unless something massively drastic and unexpected changes, we're looking at another budget of 6-figure deficit. Services staff are going to have to be cut again. It's going to be another tough discussion at the region. It's like, so it is an open question. I don't know what the answer is. If you take Doug out of that role, trying to put a budget together in this first year, we talked about the fiscal cliff. Well, now we're on the cliff, or off the cliff now. We're
Yes.
descending. There's no more stimulus funds left over. So I think that's pretty significant. So I think it's the action item for tonight. I think is to have the chairs follow up with Dr. Slaughter, follow up with central admin to get a list of current ARPS employees who have the license to do the job, and then just without not interviewing or anything, just follow up to see if they are open and available, and then just to be able to report that back as information. Because I mean, just looking at the calendar, if we have one more meeting next week, then that's when we have to appoint an acting superintendent, and that's it. And then talk about what the next interim process is. So,
Thanks, Peter. Anna?
So, Irv's point is very well taken. My question really is, who appoints the new finance person? Is that us or is that the town council? And I get that it doesn't really matter who does it. The issue is that we have to do that, and it could be difficult. But at the same time, I think our job is to have a superintendent, and we just have to figure that out. And yes, we have to be aware that finance director role could have to be backfilled, but if he's our best option, then we need to make it work.
Thanks, Anna. Tom?
I think we need a meeting next week, and in that meeting, prior to that meeting, someone, either the chair of our regional committee or someone in central administration, needs to communicate with Dr. Slaughter. And if he is open to coming in for any period of time, we should have him at the meeting and talk the strategies that we're laying on the table tonight.
So
talk about
Tom, I think that's
specific
probably
actions.
part of future agenda planning. That is not very long from now. Right? Talking
Well,
about
it
our
seems
next
like,
meeting.
yeah, it seems like that. It seems like this evening we can only talk. The next step is obviously to take some action. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Margaret?
So having been on the budget subcommittee for 3 years, and I have to say, I really share the same concerns that Irv does. You don't just come onto the school committee and all of a sudden you make a budget. It's a very complicated process. It took me probably 2 years to really understand all of the things that go into making the budget. So I could see perhaps if Doug was willing to have him step in for a very brief period of time so that things that only the superintendent can do, because there are some legally that only the superintendent can do. And then if he were willing to do that for a short period of time, then we would have a little bit of time to do some kind of a search for an interim. And I feel like, I think I agree with Tillman that we really need to have somebody for the year, the potential for turnover in November, and having, there needs to be some kind of consistency to help any new people coming in get up and running, because I made a list of acronyms when I left the region. It's almost 2 pages long of all the things that you have to learn about, things that get talked about all the time. And I know, I'm sorry, I'm like Jennifer, I'm kind of just thinking out loud. I'm not on the region anymore. I am part of Union 26, which is part of the hiring. And if you all don't know, Union 26 is what they call a superintendency union. So it includes 3 people from Pelham, 3 people from Amherst, because we share a superintendent, and it's completely separate from the Amherst School Committee, the Pelham School Committee, and the region. I don't know if you all know about that. That's one of the kind of odd pieces about our district. God, and I forgot what I was going to say. I guess I feel like somebody who would be willing to come in for the year would be the best thing. If we could get Doug to take a little bit of time at the beginning so that we could get set up to do some kind of hiring for an interim. So that's my opinion.
Thanks, Margaret. Peter?
Yeah, just to briefly 2 cents that it's a really good point about helping whoever comes on board and is new in next January. Even if everything is 100% stable in central office for the remainder of the school year, if you start in January, you're going to have to vote the budget less than like 2.5 months later, and participate in the permanent superintendent process, which will be off and running, assuming it's ready to go and off and running. In addition to everything else that we have to pay attention to, right, which is not insignificant. I mean, there's a lot of initiatives and curricular things that we haven't even mentioned at our meetings for a number of months. So, and yes, and like you said, just the mechanics of getting up to speed is very difficult. So anything we can do to put the the second half of the school year in better stead is I think would be welcome.
Irv.
What I would suggest is that Sarah Bess and I have talked in relationship to interim person, and do that as soon as possible, as i.e. like tomorrow, and then start we need to fill this short-term vacuum so that the kind of administrative actions that need to be taken can be taken, hiring, firing, etc. So I think it would be appropriate to offer Doug that for like 30 days, which gives us the opportunity then to go out and get an interim. I think someone suggested that we do a survey of people within the system who have a superintendent's license, and see if any of them, if they're really well qualified and would want to do this. I know we thought about this before. 3 or 4 come to mind that we might, instead of going out for a full search, appoint one of them to fill in till such time as a new superintendent is hired.
Thanks, Irv. Jennifer?
So there are a lot of unknowns and a lot of variables. I'm picking up on what Irv said. I was actually going to suggest that Sarah Bess and I and Irv and Margaret, as the chair and vice chairs of the regional and Union 26, I believe the 4 of us do not constitute a quorum of anything. Meet and then also like make an appointment to meet with Doug. I believe he's out of the office, but when he's back, and then like come up with a game plan. Talk to the office, ask the office staff if they can come up with if they can compile a list of people who have their superintendent's license. I think we should also talk to MASC and MASS, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees and the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, and talk to people there who are we are members for a reason, and use our resources to and explain the situation that we're in, and get some guidance from people who have experience. So we've spent a lot of time talking about this, but we've brought up a lot of questions, but there aren't any answers. So I think that the four of us meeting and discussing next steps, that's my proposal.
Well,
Thanks, Jennifer. Margaret?
So I think I remembered. I'm sorry, I'm not the greatest public speaker. The other thing I wanted to say is to all of you who've come to be at our meeting tonight, I know we're talking about administrative stuff, and perhaps it feels like we're not paying attention to the things you said. I don't think that's the case, but I would just like to ask you to understand that there are things we have to do because there are legal things that have to be taken care of. And yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Margaret. Irv, did you have something else you wanted to say?
yes, it just occurred to me that as a result of me being on the regional school committee and also because of the Amherst School Committee, that I am a member of the Collaborative for Educational Services. And that is a really unique and valuable resource that we can tap into because they even have one subsection of them that includes all of the superintendents in the area.
Great. Anna?
So does it sound like a good plan is for the four of you to reach out to Doug or reach out to these other networks and maybe come to our next meeting with a list of potential candidates that we could discuss?
Yes, I think Jennifer's right. I don't think we constitute a quorum of anything, right?
Yeah.
So
yes, the four of us don't constitute a quorum of Union 26 or the Regional School Committee. So just to answer Anna's question, I think that the four of us should get together and decide on next steps. Whether we come back at the next meeting with a list of candidates or with a plan or with whatever, something for you guys, something for the committees to approve, I think is the right thing to do. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a list. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be. There, as I said, there are so many unknowns.
Peter?
Yeah, so thank you in advance to the four chairs and vice chairs for doing that. Yeah, I think the thing that would be the most helpful is at least to know, were you able to identify who's available and were they able to say, are they interested and for how long? For immediate appointment, right? For a September 1 plus gig. Because it seems like unless we schedule 2 meetings for next week, then we'll have to vote on the interim superintendent that starts on 9/1 at our next meeting. And then, so whether that person's for X number of weeks or months or whatever is TBD. But I think that's the bit of info that I think would probably
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so I think we can move on. The four of us will get together and game plan. So the next thing is, Irv, it is adjourn the Union 26 meeting.
So I moved that we adjourned the Union 26 meeting. So
second.
I moved to
second. We can take
second.
a vote. Yep. Peter.
Peter, aye.
Margaret.
Margaret, aye.
Irv, aye.
Tom.
So we are adjourned.
Tom needs to vote.
Tom. Oh, Tom. Is Tom part of this? All right. I'm new. So anyway, Tom.
Thanks, sir. Tom says aye.
All right. It's unanimous. We're adjourned.
Thanks, Margaret.
So next on the list is a chair's update, which I do not have more than has already been updated thus far. And so moving on is school committee announcements. Are there any school committee announcements anyone would like to make? Okay. And then next up is the LGBTQ plus supports update. So I have a very quick update that I can report out on. The work with the Stonewall Center Safe Schools Project for LGBTQ+, and Massachusetts Commission on LGBTQ Youth has already begun for professional development for all staff, administrators, and faculty, as well as lessons and activities for students. The sessions for the administrators was last week. Faculty and staff will be the day before school starts, and students will have lessons and activities on the first day. There has been hiring of mental health staff, so the school year will be set in that area, which will include Maureen Fleming in the position of mental health and behavioral administrator, and that will assist across all districts. Developed and working on implementing a Google form to be used to submit name and or pronoun changes. There will be, if there is not already set up, signage on bathroom doors stating that students are able to use whichever bathroom aligns with their gender identity, and that harassment or bullying will be met with serious consequences. Communications from each school that will go to families will have the name and contact information for their children and their counselors. There is also developing a system to report Title IX concerns that is similar to the bullying reporting system, and that will have easy access, and all reported concerns will be investigated and addressed. There will be a zero tolerance policy regarding any kind of retaliation towards someone who reports any kind of concerns. And then once school starts, there will be creation of an LGBTQIA+ family advocacy to build connections between families and provide feedback to the district, and 7 through 12 student advisory group to provide peer support and guidance to students who identify as trans or transitioning. Anna?
I don't know if you actually know the answers to this, but do you know who is responsible for implementing all of these things, which I think were sort of like listed by Superintendent Morris? And, you know, is this going to be the Stonewall Center? Is this going to be the principal? Is this going to be the superintendent? Who's going to be responsible for implementing all of these things? And then is the training that the Stonewall Center, see, now this is the little bit mildly confusing with Superintendent Morris not there and with Assistant Superintendent Cunningham not there. Is there, who's in the superintendent's office now, and is the superintendent's office also receiving the same training?
Well, Dr. Morris is still the superintendent until August 31st.
But he's not in the office.
I know. I don't have any more answers to any of your questions, so unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry. Anything else? Great. And then we are now on to future agenda planning. Jennifer.
So at some point in the future, you know, we'll need to get over this, the immediate steps that need to take place. But I do think I would like to start talking about the search for a permanent superintendent. I think it will take us several meetings, and I think we'll want to get a lot of input from the public as to what the search will look like, how to compose the search committee, what the search committee will look like, what it will do, like what, maybe we even do like a visioning thing for like, what are we even looking for in a superintendent? Like, I think I think it's going to be a long process, and the sooner we start, the better.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Tillman?
Could we at some point get an update on the Title IX investigation, or at least the process, because it's a little bit unclear to me what will take place, even if we don't know any exact dates yet, but just to understand what the what will happen at what point, and who will see what. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Tom?
Yes, I think we ought to review the policies, our policies regarding safety and well-being, review them and evaluate their effectiveness, and maybe suggest changes, upgrades, or different approaches to collecting information on that collecting information that is suggested in those policies.
Okay, thank you. Anna?
I'm not sure who approves this, but I would like to review the sort of general hiring process that takes place within the school district. Because I think that part of the problem stems from the way the hiring process took place. And I don't know if we can change the hiring process or if that comes from someplace else.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Oh, Peter?
Yeah, I would just suggest that, I mean, it's going to be a little disruptive for the first couple of weeks, but at some point, as soon as possible, the chair and the vice chair should probably sit down with whoever the interim is, but if not before then, Doug, putting a lot on Doug's plate, just to slot in what is necessary to be done on what typically is done in school committee agendas. So I know that, given the complexity of our region and the budget process, there's quite there's quite a bit of that like comes pre-baked into like every monthly agenda, right? That just has to be done, and including things that really ought to be done, like quarterly budget updates and initial reports from towns and whatnot. So that train picks up steam pretty quick. So I think it will help manage our agendas if we know first which are the big rocks we can't move, and then we'll know, okay, we have this much space left in them. Now we can sort of sequence things. But that's the challenge of our new chair and vice chair. So I thank you for taking it on.
Thank you. Tillman?
So I've joined the committee in, I think, late April or early May, and it seems that ever since then we've had meetings that focused almost entirely around urgent issues at the time. I don't have a sense if there's any old topics that are kind of in flux at this point and that need to be revisited, that just didn't make it to the agenda because we were busy with other things. And I'm thinking things like the track, or I don't know, there might be other things that kind of have fallen by the wayside. So if you can at some point talk a little bit about what else is waiting for us to consider, that would be great.
Yep. Thank you. Jennifer?
Tom might have said this, but like, what actually is the status of the Title IX and other investigations? I don't know anything. I think Ben might have had some information from Attorney Mark Terry, but I don't think that was shared with, it was not shared with me. So like, what is the status? We're supposed to receive the reports in August, and our next meeting might be in August, but it might not. Like, what's happening?
Okay. Thank you. Next up is warrant reports. I think, Irv, do you have any warrants to present to us?
contacted me that his computer shut down, so I don't know if he's here.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. So we will move on to accepting gifts. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion? Peter?
I move that we accept the following gifts from Amherst College to support high school and middle school music department. 2 Steinway Model B grand pianos, approximately 50 years old, and estimated $15,000 per piano, for a total estimate of $30,000. And further move that we accept the following gifts: a grant from the Amherst Education Foundation, number 1698, to support Bridge to Resilient Youth in Transition Bright Gardening Project at the high school in the amount of $3,677, and Amherst Education Foundation grant number 1698 to support combating sexual harassment in middle school for a total of $4,450. Those 2 grants for a total of $8,127.
Second.
Moved by Peter, seconded by Tom. Now a roll call vote because we are virtual. Anna?
Anna, I.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, yes.
Peter?
Peter, I.
Tillman?
Tillman, I.
Tom?
Tom, I.
And Sarah Bass, I think that's all of us. Okay, and then I will entertain a motion to wrap up our evening.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All right, moved by Peter, seconded by Tillman. No discussion. Anna?
Anna, I.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, I.
Peter?
Peter, I.
Tillman?
Tillman, I.
Tom?
Tom, I.
And Sarah Bass, I. We are adjourned.
I haven't seen people leave a meeting that quickly before
Wow,
in my
yeah,
life.
that happened.
Yeah, we
So-
just have to meet.
What a meeting.
What
huh?
a awful showcase of contempt for the Amherst community. What an awful showcase of absolutely trying their best to get rid of our ability to